Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Pretty much. Where? Something. Right. Every time I watch somebody else's stream, they always ease into it slowly. Well-established people I watch, it's like 10 minutes into the stream before they even start. But I wanted to take this opportunity to welcome everybody to a new series of streams. As a reminder, there is a Rumble side. If you're having issues on YouTube, it is dropping. For whatever reason, it's just a blank screen right now, and it's still dropping frames. So it is what it is. But yeah, I wanted to go through as an intro. If anybody's watching this later, you get a really early idea of what's going on. So Uber Production is kind of my staple series type, pushing games to their absolute limits and seeing what can be done with mods and stuff like that. So our previous Uber production for Factorio, which was a couple years ago, attempted 100,000 science per minute, and at the time, we achieved the goal of the production and the consumption, but it crippled the performance. Like, our FPS just dropped dramatically when we tried to do that. But now that the expansion has come out, they have tweaked things, and they are better, and it's much faster and more efficient, and you get more out of every research. So there's efficiencies in it. So our new goal is 1 million science, and as such, I have worked on balancing all of the mods and the mod settings that we have in order to keep that up, right? So it would not be possible really to do this with vanilla. It just would. No matter what, you would not be able to hit 1 million science per minute. Just because to do it in vanilla would even with quality, it would be impossible. I say impossible. I know there's somebody out there who would try it to do it in vanilla, but I saw Dosh's attempt at what was it, 1,000 or 10,000 science per minute for his base. Several months ago, he did an attempt, and like the scale of his base, his FPS was pretty trash, even though he optimized for it. So here are some of the mods we have, and some of these I've forked from the original mod author and created a custom version with custom settings and try to eke out even more out of it. And some are just there because we play them all the time. So bullet trails, cleaned concrete, configure underground links, that's for your belts. Configurable beacons, that's for a custom beacon set. We'll get into that eventually. De-nerf personal laser. By the time we get down that tree, the personal laser, we need to trivialize biters, and so that's one of the things that happens with that. De-nerf pump, I did tweak that. Elevated rails, that's a base game. Enhanced roboports, this is going to be a vital one. That gives you a couple more tiers of roboports with larger areas. Even distribution is a common one. Far reach is also a common one. And then FG, anything with FG in it is one that I have taken and forked and customized. They're all up on the mod. they're all there. You can get them yourself. The Factorio mod portal. So charcoal from wood. This is just a very simple mod that just adds a recipe that allows you to convert wood into charcoal. A couple libraries. A pump. This is a mod that you just highlight. You just highlight a bunch of well spots and it'll place the pumps and pipes. Very, very quality. That's base game. Teleporter Space Age. That is, I believe one that I forked and custom, because I wanted teleporters and I was one of the first to upgrade that mod to Space Age, and I believe Clonin has since updated his mod, so I don't technically need this one, but I like my update to it more than the vanilla one, for other reasons. Void Chest Instant. This is another one of mine. Warehousing, of course. Yafla is another library. Modified productivity cap. This one I used. You can set your max productivity of a recipe. Right in the vanilla game, it's maxed at 300, so 300% productivity. This mod allows you to do like much higher, and I've tested various settings, and so I set it to 500. So it's a little bit higher. I did a test at 2,000, and that's way too much. I mean, 500 is still a lot, but yeah. Mythic quality. This is the only, I added one extra quality level above legendary, and that's mythic, and that is what that does. Is mythic quality is there. Rate calculator is just a helper function. Smart inserters. This is allowing you to. This is like the adjustable inserter, right? You can change the directionality of inserters, which is one of my staples. Space Age base game. Modules rework. This allows you to rebalance the modules. And what I've done, I'll get into that in a second when I join the server, and I'll show everybody. I've completely rebalanced all of the modules. I basically negated all productivity modules. Right? Pretty much the only productivity module that's worth anything is the level 3 topmost tier in mythic quality. Is about the only one you would ever want to put in a machine. So I think it's 12% or something. All the other ones are just atrociously bad. AAI loaders, that is a staple. I love the loaders. AAI signal transmission, another staple. Air scrubbing for just fun. You know, we don't have to use it, but it's there in case we run into biter problems. Better recycling. This is, I believe, the recycling mod that we have. No, better recycling. Oh, this allows you to rebalance Fulgura. The processing of scrap. It allows you to rebalance it a little bit. It gives you every ingredient you get right and the odds, and you can rebalance it. So what I did is I bumped up holmium ore a bit and reduced some other things. I just kind of rebalanced it for, you know, get a feel for it, but it is rebalanced to give a little bit more holmium, because that's the only reason we go to Fulgura, is to get holmium and to do the crafts that it requires. Better space platform. This just makes space platform cheaper and faster to craft, because it's really, we're going to go through tens of thousands. So I don't have patience. I don't have the patience. My nuclear bots, Buggy's nuclear bots. This is another one of my staples. I love my nuke bots. They have been going since like 2015. Like these bots have been trucking along. They've been doing really, really good. And yeah. Faster rocket silo animation. This is actually amusing, but this makes rockets shoot faster, because we're gonna again launch thousands of these, and it's just annoying having a field of 100 silos. It's so stupid. So A lot of the mods that I have are an effort to be more efficient. And I know we've got a whole bunch of stuff going on in the background, but all right, another one of my mods, Promethean Processing, FG Promethean Processing. This, I've taken the guy's Promethean Processing mod and I've completely rebalanced it. The original version of this mod, he's probably updated it since, but the original version of this mod was so atrociously overpowered, even for me, that I was like, let's rebalance it. And you can also customize it. There's a customized feature that you can have. Foundation productivity, this is just one that you can research to make more foundation, because I'm assuming that once our factories get going, we're going to want to make a lot of those. The fridge mod is one of my favorites, one of my new favorites, because of Gleba. Gleba is, normally kind of a pain in the ass, but with the fridge mod, Gleba is actually enjoyable. So it's a great mod. I can't wait to get into it. Infinite belt stacking FG. This is another one of my customized forked mods, and it's customized in that it limits the amount of visible sprites in an inserter's hand, because you have an infinite amount of belt stacking that you can research, right? Well, after a certain point, an inserter is going to try to grab like 50 things, and it just looks stupid, right? It looks stupid, and it's hard on performance. So my customized mod, it's still an infinite, but it caps the number of sprites in an inserter's hand for performance reasons. The amount on the belt, like the visible stack, is limited by the base game, because they can't have too many sprites being drawn at once. So the amount on the belt is capped to 4 per stack, even though the stack might be 8 or 12 or whatever it is. You're still going to see 4. So mine just caps the amount that are in the hand, and for performance reasons. Land pump makes all pumps able to be placed on land, right? And they pump the appropriate liquid on the plant. It's a super cheaty mod, but it allows you just to be extremely clean with your build. OC's base assets, I have no idea what that one is. Honestly, OC's base assets, that's probably a library mod of some kind. Productivity research for everyone, FG. This is another one of my customized mods, and I will explain once we get on the server, and then I can actually show you what this does. But just remember, productivity research for everyone, FG. This is why I heavily nerfed productivity mods. Like, I basically removed them without actually removing them, because there's recipes, so I can't remove them. And so yeah, this is a crucial mod to this Uber production, because this Uber production is all about science, right? Science per minute and science in general. I needed a lot of things to research, and so this research is key. I'll get into that when we get the server, when we get on the server. Reverse factory. This one is here to basically make the quality grind eventually pretty trivial, because the reverse factory, I've configured it where it gives you 100% of the products back. You cannot use productivity, right? So, but it can use quality. So when it does reverse the item, you have a good chance of getting a higher quality of the ingredients, which then can go into a cascading crafting system. And I have blueprints for all of that, but it requires you to craft all of the things that you need, but you get higher quality. And then depending on what you're crafting, those extra crafts, right, when you reverse it, let's say you reverse a normal and you get an uncommon, Well, when you craft that uncommon, there's a chance that that craft can use productivity. So then you can, ramp it up. So it's a way to require you to push for higher qualities as well as productivity from this one up here, productivity. So everything sort of feeds in with one another, and trying to push like the science goal, because the science goal is so high, we need a way of being more efficient with belts, items on belts, inserters moving, because 1,000,000 science per minute, like, imagine trying to push that on a belt. It's not really possible. So all of the mods sort of feed in to sort of make each individual science worth more science, right? Worth more, and that's the whole point. Soil anywhere. That is another one of my customized mods. That I made for Gleba, where you can actually place the soil on any surface on Gleba, even the lakes and all of that. So you can really well design your Gleba once you're situated and good to go. And it applies to the topmost tier of the soil, which has a configurable flag in the mod settings. Stackable asteroids. This is another efficiency attempt. It allows asteroids to stack. I think I set the default for this mod is 50, but I'm like, no. We're gonna stack them to 10. So asteroids can stack. All asteroids can. When the ones that you pick up, right? They can stack to 10. So it's just more efficient. Stone from Oxide. This is a recent addition to get stone in space in a way that's good. UPS friendly asteroids. This is an attempt to make asteroid mining a little bit more server friendly. AAI loader sane. This is a rebalance of the recipes for the AI loaders. I like it. OC's ammo casting. Oh, there's the OC's base assets. OC's ammo casting is a mod that allows you to cast bullets, and I think other things, but mainly it's for bullets and I think rockets. So up in space on our space platforms, we'll be able to more efficiently create ammo and stuff for our giant factory ships that we're eventually. And then Advanced Belts SA. This is another mod that I updated. Not sure why I didn't put FG on it, but Advanced Belts SA is a mod that I personally updated because I wanted a bare bones, really simple but really well done mod that adds new tiers of belt. And there's several mods out there that add new tiers of belts, but they do it. It's not really elegant. And then when I customized it, I added options in the mod options that you can actually customize underground lengths, the belt speeds themselves, which with a cap, because any faster and you might run into stuff being voided on your belt, which is not good. So there's some safety checks in there, but I add some customized options stuff just to give people a little bit better flavor. But the advanced belts themselves are pretty good. So, all right, I'm gonna try to join this server here. There we go. And we are in. Look at that. Do you know the password, Oz?
I do not, and I'm not sure if I have the right settings.
Right? Right settings?
Well, yeah, like the oh, okay. Yeah, I was trying to connect to one of the previous
It's the same IP.
IPs.
Well, except it's not Joe's. I was
Yeah.
really hoping you'd have the IP to the server because I didn't write it down.
I've got it. And I'm not positive on the password. I'll try your most recent and see. Ah, thank you.
Okay, I think we are up. Live. I like this. I like this game because when I click off onto a different window, it like the game doesn't get destroyed like some of the shall not be named. So yeah, this world or this server is generated using the baseline is Rail World settings with custom values in for let's do custom values for some of the resources, and it's just customized to try to maximize productivity. But I didn't trivialize biters. I kept the biters in. Just because reasons. We will eventually be so uber powerful that we'll be able to basically obliterate all the biters on the map.
We got to give them some chance.
Well, you got to give them an early game. An early version of hope.
And since it's been a while since I've played this game, I have to remap my brain.
Yeah, it's going to take some adjustment, but that's what day one is for. It's a humble start to a crazy uber product. Like, we'll be able to ramp up. Like it does take me a little bit of time to get really rare and to get really going. When I did my single player test, I ran through this Uber production set, I don't know, 5 times. There's a tiny bit of stone right here.
Oh. May as well toss a miner set on it. Get rid of it.
Oh, I plan to.
Yeah.
$164 whole stone. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the balance for what I was talking about before, the productivity research for everyone. So if we look at our research tree, you can see already there's these. This is the productivity research for everyone. What it does in script form is detects any recipe where productivity modules, or there's a flag on a recipe allows productivity, right? So it detects any recipe that has allows productivity or any item that allows productivity, and it generates a research with that productivity, right? And it bumps the productivity of the recipe up to the limit. Right? Up to the limit. So where we have like iron plate, you can see it's a 10% increase, and there's 50 researches. So that is a 500. So it caps out at your productivity cap, right? So the mod that allows you to fluctuate productivity cap, on my test roll that I had 2,000% productivity cap, there were 200 of these researches, which was, oh, they get expensive. They get really expensive. They start cheap, but they get expensive pretty fast because it's like a 50% increase or something every step. Maybe it's a 25% increase, but it gets expensive, especially if you try to do it in banks of 10. Because if it's like, I want 100%, I want 100%, I want 100%, it's like, yeah, banks of 10 is tough when you go from like 20 to 30. It gets really expensive. But like you unlock greens, and that unlocks the productivity for greens. Now, in my version of the mod, if you use mine, I have in there sets that add science packs according to like how many science it took to unlock the thing, right? So this requires one thing to unlock, so it is considered early game. Anything 3 and under items to unlock, 3 and under ingredients to research, is early game in the default settings. And that ensures green, blue, and purple are a part of that. It just ensures that those are always the base. And then the next tier up, it ensures that there's yet even more. So the next tier up from that would be, I don't know, if there is stuff and things in here. Where's blue? Where's blue science? There's red. So red has 2, right? 2 ingredients. Well, that's still early game. So that is only getting red, green, blue, and purple again. I'm trying to find an item. Plastic bar. See, then there's obviously I don't override any of the base game productivity. So those are still vanilla. All the base game productivity version. I guess I can't. I mean, yellow. What does this unlock? My brain is hurting. Anyway, what we're gonna get at here is the middle tier, the middle products, require another set, right? A little lower set, and then your top tier products, which is your end game products, require like the full enchilada, like all of the science packs. So I ensure that you are consuming science at a pretty prodigious level. And then all of the science packs themselves, there's a separate category. If the recipe has the word science in it, or pack, I think. I forgot which one I scripted. Maybe both. But if it's a science pack, right, then it gets all of the science to research and predict. So you need, I wanted more researches that used Prometheus, right? As well as more researches that used ag science. I want to, like, once we get the ball rolling and once these really get going, once they really get ahead, once we get ahead of steam on the science research, you're gonna want just a constant draw, and because especially with ag science, you just want a constant pull of ag science. You don't want it to go bad. Even with the refrigerator mod, it can still sit, especially if you have it sitting on a belt. Oh, it's bad. Um, okay, let's get some research done here. We need a lab. I crafted a metric ton. Get us started.
Metric fun truck.
Do we have anything on
Yep.
coal? Okay, you do.
Yep. Just flopped down a whole bunch more of them. So yep, we're pretty good on that. And I'll get some more going on stone. Maybe just one more on stone. And then a couple on brick.
So if there are any questions, anytime in the series if somebody randomly pops in is like, what mods are you using? What's the point? Then I can be like, watch the first half hour of the first stream. You get all the info. Rather than going over it again.
Yep. Did you happen to put the list in the description?
The list of mods, no. What I did is I just went through the list. That was the first thing I did, and
I just thought, some people just ask for the list and not like details.
yeah. Okay. So one thing we can do is do we can burn. So my recipe is 1 wood equals 4 coal. One of the reasons I customized the mod is the original author, like it was a ratio that was painfully bad. Ooh, yay! So we're gonna fire up. We don't want to cut off too many trees because that is our pollution mitigation. Okay. So this is that land pump here. So you can just put pumps in. It just doesn't matter. And then we want these. 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 There is the red. That in there. So that unlocked the reds, but we can't actually research red productivity until we get all the way through the tech tree. That's one of the big changes that I made to the mod, the productivity. Because the first couple tests I did were from the original author, and basically the research that it took to unlock, like they made it basically take whatever that took in like they didn't make it take more labs. They're like, oh, this unlocks with a lab, let's just make it red science, right? And so it was like I could get reds, and then within a couple researches have productivity on reds at 100% and double the amount of reds I made. And it made the early game like almost pointless. It was so bad. But yeah.
Yeah, it was trivial. All you had to do was just focus on the science, and
yeah, and same with greens. Once greens were unlocked, then greens to research productivity in greens was just red science, because it didn't assume that you were researching science, so it just took the science that it took to unlock, which you need red to unlock green. And so productivity on greens just took reds. Didn't even take any greens. And you could just it was absolutely trivial. So what I did is I just made it say, hey, if it's a science pack, and it's loosely defined science pack, if it's a science pack, require these science packs, right? You can customize that list. You could remove Promethium. You could customize it however you wanted. But you basically you can control how difficult it is, essentially. But I wanted more Promethium research, and I wanted more ag science research. Because there comes a point where it's like, I'm able to produce ag science, but it's not getting consumed. Like, you build up your gleba base, you make it big and strong and super productive, and then a lot of the late game researches just don't use ag science at all. Okay, automation is researched. I want to do logistics. I need you to be crafting some science packs.
sure.
Just so we can punch out a couple researches here.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm just maintaining the stuff we got, and letting you bark orders at me.
Drop and give me 20. No.
Oof, are you sure? It'd be pretty useless after 20.
You'd be dead after 20.
Actually, you'd be surprised.
Ooh, yeah. You got the old man strength already?
Oh, I've always been oddly strong. I don't know what it is. I mean, considering my level of activity, I have to make that disclaimer. Yeah, for a while there, I was trying to work my way up on push-ups, and I got up to 15 in one session.
There was a time that I could do push-ups almost endlessly. Not feel.
Yeah. You know, the thing that stopped me and the reason I quit is actually because my wrists. You know, I've mentioned that I have problems with my wrists. They ended up hurting too much. So I'm like, yeah, this is a bad idea.
Yeah, push-ups are hard on your wrists and your shoulders and your elbows. Weightlifting in general is hard on your body.
Yeah.
You know, when I see guys like pumping iron, it's just like, well, that's great, but when you're 50, you're gonna be hurt. These bodybuilders that are just like jacked, it's like you realize what you're doing to your body. Like you are punishing your body. All right, now we have some things and stuff. The inserter mod that I have, I did not disable red inserters, the long-handed ones. Just I think there's a recipe or something that use those. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a modded recipe, but I can't remember for certain.
Do one of these, another couple of those. Need another pipe.
You know, I had thought I maybe overdid it on the number of coal miners, but no. Seems about the right number.
All right, here we go. We have. I just doubled our power. Okay. As far as research goes, oh. Mining drills, that's 25 science. So let me get another lab, another box. Can we get an assembler crafting gears?
Gears, sure. I'll put it near. Yeah, I'll put it over here.
I just stretched power. Do with it what you will. I'm handing him power, everybody. Like,
yeah. Talking about bad ideas. It's kind of like giving a grenade to a monkey.
Isn't that just what I did? There we go. Oh, I just doubled our research. We're on the way, everybody, to 1 million science. We're pushing it at like 6.4 per minute right now. We're on our way to 1 million. That will slowly go up over time. It will burst up every once in a while, but all right. The early game, I didn't want to trivialize the early game, so once we get the science packs to research like some of the like plate and gear productivities. I don't know why, honestly, gear productivity caps at 30. levels. I don't know why that is. It shouldn't. It should be 50, but for some reason it's 30. And same with the green circuit. Like I don't know why those are capped at 30 because that's the vanilla. That's the vanilla prediction, not the modded. So it's I don't know. I don't know if anybody out there has any ideas. Let me know, and I will fix it. I am not sure. All right, we are close to electric drills, and then we can basically tear everything down and rebuild a normal version. I think we decided north is the direction of bus.
Yep, I think that's what you were saying.
See if Renegade rushes home to join us. I don't know if he had to go to a soccer game or what.
Yeah, I think he warned us that he'd have limited availability on Wednesdays.
Yeah, one of his kids is in soccer, and you know he's a good dad, and he goes to the soccer game, which is good. All right, we have roughly 17. Let's get her to go into a little bit of defense. Yeah, once we get like green, blues, and purples, I'll be able to research productivity on all these base, very low level things, and especially like copper cables. Oh, what a difference in your like circuit builds when you can do that productivity. So there's definitely things in this pack that lend themselves to crazy production. So okay, sure. It's searched. Now we need to start prototyping. Smelting stacks.
Want me to do those maybe just to the south of the ship, or
Smelting stacks? I think you can go west of the iron.
west of the iron? All right.
Yeah, we can just build and extend west of the iron. I know there's a bunch of trees there. I can cut down the first couple.
The first couple.
First. Well, the first couple setups, not the first couple trees. First couple setups.
That's what I figured. Just was funny.
All right. What is? I'd like to do that.
A vertical or horizontal orientation?
I'm thinking vertical.
Okay.
That would give us the ability to just keep on going west rather than having to go up.
Well, the advantage if they were horizontal would be that we could go south with them.
Yeah, I guess I'm not. I do know that the bus is going to start. Let me add a tag. Bus.
I think
start. Firm, and the bus is gonna go like start there and go up.
I think the kind of big question, or the big variable there, is where the trains are gonna be, but probably too early to really consider that.
That is a problem for buggy 5 hours.
That's future Buggy's problem.
Yeah, that's so. If you want to go horizontal with it, the main issue is we want to not be so compressed and compact. I like we want to leave some room for intermediate redoing of the setups while not completely deforesting it, because we're going to need the pollution mitigation in the early. So getting a setup up and running with minimal deforestation is probably going to be important. And then as we go, we can worry about it. Our pollution cloud is already pretty jazzy. So do you want to go horizontal or vertical? You can decide. You're the smelting stack expert.
Let's see. I'm gonna look at the kind of forest that we've got. I'm gonna go a little west to expose more, because that'll kind of, yeah. If we're gonna be preserving trees, it looks like doing horizontal might be better because we'll have a lower impact. But that depends. I mean, we could have a desert just to the west here, but no, it looks like it's gonna be a big forest.
Yeah, it's pretty green. The desert is to the south of us. If you go south a ways, that's where the desert starts.
Okay.
When I generated the world, north, like everywhere else, is pretty much green. I didn't have super dense trees, but
it doesn't show here. Look at where I am right now. How thick the foliage is here.
The forest is all thick over here. Careful, you're in biter territory now.
Yeah, I'm watching the map like a hawk.
We have stove. There's some big old rocks up here. Look at these babies.
Yeah, I think horizontal orientation, so we can expand north and expand the smelting stack to the south. I think that's a better option.
Okay.
Now that I've kind of seen the things.
So if you wanna like, if we really want to do this right, what you could probably do is put a ghost down of a rail on the grid, because you built those rail blueprints. So we could use that as our guide as far as like how best to design the base, so we don't have to design it over and over and over again. If we want to align it to the rail grid, and just what we usually do is carve out a big area for our base, and then the rail kind of goes around. But like, if we design it saying, okay, rail is definitely gonna go through here, we need a cross section, then we can have the smelting stack like skip that, etc., etc. So if we do like, we go blueprint, rail segments. I think this one here. And I want to put this book down here. You put it on your hotbar, you don't actually need it in your inventory. So right here, it's actually perfect doing that right there. That's aligned right there. So we could plan on having a line going through here, and then have the smelting stacks as we build them down. Just skip that. And that would leave that alone.
So yeah, build them down here.
Well, you can build them up here too, but just you just
Jump
know
over
that we can't build where the tracks are.
Yeah.
Just kind of lay that out, and then we can align the grid around the base from that point on. Because I don't know how far back we need to go. Okay, military. Let's do this. I don't know how much science we've got. Military will finish, but after that, because I'd like this at least start of the at least the start of the smelting stacks to be closer to the bus, so we don't need so many goddamn belts. Because it's we're gonna be using thousands and thousands of belt, and if when in games past we basically create the smelting stack just miles away from the bus, and it just takes forever to build the belt to get there.
Maybe we should start the bus down here. That way we can start the smelting stack just to the south of the rails.
No, we need to route because the iron needs to get routed down. Like, I usually don't start the bus near my ore deposits because it's just they're in the way.
Okay.
I'm assuming we're going to be burning through that iron really fast. That iron and copper are not going to last very long. So we're going to need sooner rather than later to branch out. The stone that we have is less than 1 million, and we have a huge stone west that you uncovered. So like, I think the first smelting stack, like, iron should go like right here and back to the west, and then the bus, it just has to come out and up, and we just need enough belt space from the start of the smelt stack to route all the materials. Let me build some belt just to get started.
I'm going to do a prototype down here of the smelting stacks.
I'm surprised you don't have a blueprint for it already. Like early game smelt stack. It's just like...
I think I might. That one I have to place them down manually anyway, so I always do the first one, and then I just copy paste. Since I don't have bots, there's not much point in having a blueprint for it.
Oh, there is a point. A blueprint helps other people build what you're trying to build, and they understand what is needed. So in a multiplayer game, blueprints are helpful to get other people to sort of fill in all the ghosts.
I'll paste it in the game blueprints. Oh, speaking of, can you move or copy your rail segment ones? Just in case you have offsets set or anything like that.
Copy
the rail blueprints. Yeah.
I could put that in there. These are all from your...
Yep. I might have put offsets on there before copying them to the game blueprints last time we were playing. So, or it's just a safety measure. Make sure we're all on the same page. Plus, if I edit those and update them, it'd be nice to have them there.
And I have a ton of other blueprints that I've just sort of been doing. So like, I have one called Legendarizer, and I have one called Mythicarizer that just takes all the things and converts it into mythic. Because you can do you can do any quality of something to a quality, right? With the upgrade planner. So I just have been creating these to be able to just blanket upgrade, because I usually don't mess with quality until I get to legendary. I try. Sometimes I'm not always successful. But yeah, we'll get into this behemoth egg launcher 16x. Like this is a beast. I'm carving out a spot up here for the first smelting stack.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just working on the blueprint.
So
So you,
do we feed in the middle or do we feed in the outside?
I do on the outside.
Okay. So the middle is the output.
Yep. And you said you wanted extra space in between the stacks.
Yeah, in between the individual stacks, leave at least a 3 gap because we would be able to put in the air scrubbers in between to try to tamp down even more of the pollution.
Okay, how big are the air scrubbers? Are they
3
3
by
by
3.
3? Okay.
I'm fairly sure.
Would we want to jump it up to 5 so that when we upgrade to electric furnaces, it's got that 3 gap built in? Or are we not?
All I need is a minimum of 3.
Okay.
So, like, do with that what you will. um, So this requires carbon to craft the filter. How do we get? There's no way to get carbon until we get space. That's the carbon consumption of this recipe for the filter. Means that we, at a minimum, are going to need a space bar.
Oh yeah, that's another reason why I tend not to have a blueprint for the smelting stack is that underground belt space. You tend to, for modded games, you tend to have the undergrounds go a lot further.
I do.
That heavily impacts.
Yeah, that does. You should have like Buggy's OP smelting stack.
Yeah.
And then more sane vanilla smelting stack. Yeah, these undergrounds go 11.
It's actually too bad they don't go one more.
Oh, yeah, you don't say that. No.
think that would be good.
Oh, it's still. Um.
Yeah, sorry if this is taking a sec. Just want to make sure we get all the McGubbins put in it.
Gotta have all the McGubbins. I basically did the undergrounds to be able to. The underground length, like the yellows, can go 2 full banks of the bus. That's how I balanced the. So I use this pattern for my bus, and then I just my configurable underground links. I just made sure that there are multiples of this, at least for the early, like the first 3 tiers. Once you get to blue, I mean, blues can go quite a ways, and then the advanced belts up from that is crazy, like just crazy distance. But I know one of Dosh's last videos, he uses a mod that is, it's cursed. The mod is cursed. Like the belt, the animation of the texture is the opposite of the direction of the belt. So if you look at this, right, all the belts are moving up. In the mod that he was playing, the animation actually is going down, but all the items go up. So it's like, yeah, the craziest mod. I don't know why he does that to himself. I mean, I do. Got a huge patron.
Okay, want to weigh in on... Okay, so that's where you want the first smelting stack, or is it not vertically locked?
Well, I carved out trees from there.
Well, yeah, I meant so is that the horizontal orientation you want?
Yeah, that belt that goes up is the very first iron belt on the bus, and then the bus goes east from there. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure it all lined up and was efficient. I wasn't sure how much space you would need, so
I think I'm going to tuck it a little to the west to give us plenty of room for belts in and out.
yeah. I just was prototyping here.
Sounds good.
Copper. Probably is the next one. So nice not to have to worry about achievements.
Yeah, the achievement is a nice challenge. It gives you a pretty good sense of accomplishment, but not having to worry about it is good as well.
It's a good break. It's a good change from our usual way, but it was getting a little long in the tooth for me towards the end. I was just I was fighting the game every step of the way, and I don't like when I do that.
You got to the I can't even point?
I couldn't. The achievements were just like, oh, liked getting them. It was nice. It was nice finally getting that, that one achievement or that achievement or whatever. And it was like, I'm thankful that we did it, but I'm also thankful we didn't go after all of the achievements, because that would have been a absolute.
Yeah, a few of them were a little frustrating. All right, so this is like the general design.
Alrighty. And the
Here I haven't put an underground yet. Wasn't sure where we wanted that. That's kind of varies a little bit.
well, it depends on where we're going to bring in our iron and our coal. So
Yep.
We could take this. I have one in my hand. We can sure plenty of space.
I think the magic number is 48 smelters.
Yes.
That's a full yellow belt with this tier, and then once you get the steel furnaces, it's a full red belt. And it ignores the blues, but that's okay because by then you're probably going to be switching to electric. That, or you can just keep going with them and do like merges and stuff like that. I suppose I probably shouldn't clear those. Not really necessary.
Ooh, that filled me up. Stuff things. Wild man playing Icarus again.
Ow.
Weird though. We not just played it, but we just played it.
Maybe that gave him a taste of it, and he wants more.
Like, I don't know what they did to that game that got people interested.
I think they might have done a new expansion not long ago, but then in addition, it's one of those long-term projects where they just keep adding new machines and features and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna.
But we even played the
cancel.
DLC, like New Planet, and we really thoroughly covered that. So. Hit the radar. Fine.
Okay, good. I do have the gap of 3 baked in.
So the next one I think will be copper. I don't like it when you have like iron and then you're like, oh, we need 5 more iron, and then you have a copper. It's like, no, an iron and a copper, and then we can think about where to go from there. Like, One step at a time.
I tend to pace them out. I do the irons and then I do the coppers. It just flows better in my mind. Even though it tends to take a little bit of extra time to set up. Okay, I'm gonna alter my blueprint because it's a little tough to figure out where you need the stuff. Where it attaches to the previous. Plus, I can strip out my prototype down here.
All right. Hopefully that's the last science pack I have to manually make. So our goal, our light goal today is not to get to space. I don't think a Wednesday stream is ideal for that amount of stuff. But I'd like to try to get blue science and maybe purple, but I want to try to get blue, which is chemical science.
I think we could be nearly ready to launch a rocket. But yeah, I agree. Actually getting stuff in space is probably a little much. Okay, there we go. Now the blueprint has the skeleton, or well, the full setup of the previous one as well. So at the end, the bus here, or before the train, we're gonna have to fudge it, but that's okay. Yeah, sorry, you probably would have wanted to actually have the stuff rolling a little easier, but I like to take my time and make sure I get stuff done right. I'm at the point now where I'll start setting down all the things we need, and you can start getting that line put in. I just extended the ore input.
I want the AND input, or the XOR input. NAND.
Can't have it.
The NAND
Not allowed.
input. Damn it. I want the NAND. NAND.
Always thought that's a funny word, named. So weird. I have a missing inserter in the blueprint I created. I must have just done an accidental right click or something.
Yay. Okay. I created this setup down here so we can start making things with circuits and not go out of our mind. Be right back.
Alrighty.
All right. I'm back.
Way out back. We missed you.
Acquired things.
So these smelting sacks, I assume each of these is the bus belts. These are the leftmost belt,
Yes.
so it would be like
Yep.
this.
If you use your map and you look up, you can see
Okay.
up there the Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Oh, power problems. Ooh.
Ran out of coal now.
I might have an ant crawling on me. Don't you hate it when you have that feeling? Even if it's a false, false alarm, it's still disturbing.
Maybe you have fleas.
Well, of course I have fleas, but I might also have ants. Or even worse, I might have uncles.
We need... Oh. I see.
And of course it'll branch off the actual stone down below. And actually I'm going to move this up one. Oh man, these early pulls are so painful. Okay, and then we can branch off over here for the steam, or for the power.
And then what we could do is back here create a tiny little smelter for our excess wood. We can convert into coal and save ourselves. So kind of
Yeah,
backing.
tis a good idea. I'm going to do an output priority so that it prioritizes power. The hope is that we'd go, why is the iron going so slow? And then track it down from there before it becomes a, oh darn, we're out of power.
Think
And And of course, I was 2 inserters short of finishing it. Which, technically, I could have grabbed the one here, so that it would have been 1 short. Because that's the Factorio rule. Always 1 short.
I dropped 6 inserters.
Okay. I had enough to pocket craft, but thank you anyway.
So we want to switch the miners, the iron miners. We need to mine this border. And we need to.
Oh, sure. And then split off the...
Yeah, we need to split these off. So get those first.
Sure. I just didn't want to interrupt this area. I'll start laying down what we need on the copper smelting stack.
We can move these, like, these power poles, we can easily move. So what we should do is just take this up, over, up. Rearrange these. The first tier, I like this tier because it's something you can do with all of the like the burner things that you get. You can just reverse them out. You don't have to waste. You're not wasting material. Wow. Where's all those? Where's all that damn iron ore? Holy crap. Now you know why I built a little circuit builder down.
Yeah, having something like that is quite handy.
Take these out before the iron backs up.
Seemed like you might be waiting to attach the power, so I'm bringing the poles out, but I'm not actually connecting them to the grid. But maybe I made the wrong assumption.
Well, yeah, let's... All three of these are going to have a mix.
Yep.
So we want to get them merged. Ready? Now they...
I see these are out of coal. Should I
Yeah,
pull
let's
them up?
tear them all down. Yep. Now we need to... We're obviously going to need more miners, but I'd like some way of prioritizing.
Prioritizing the pure copper?
No, the opposite of it. Prioritizing these,
Oh, yeah, of
the
course.
mix, and then supplementing with the pure versions later down the line. But you definitely want to prioritize the mix to just... It'll just clear that border first, and then... I don't know... One thing we could do is flip these like this, right?
Oh, yeah. So that you have the pure iron
Yeah.
right there.
The pure version is... And yeah, it's going to take a lot of shit. But that's the cost of doing business. No, it's not going to merge here. We cannot merge. The priority has to be up until the split here, right? It has to be those. And then after this split is when you merge in the pure. So the pure iron can merge in up here or anywhere along this line. And then the pure copper merges in after the fact. I like the little buffer that we have here. So the copper merge can be like...
So there's the iron merge.
So yeah, so this will be like the copper merge here.
Oops. So there's the pure copper line. Oh, and of course. I was missing one belt from here, which made it so it wasn't doing any of the copper yet. Because logic. Agreed.
I guess that. Ah! 7 trillion ingredients in my pocket.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a little belt crafter set up here.
Yeah, usually the first thing I put on the bus, green circuits. Usually. They mostly come out at night. Mostly.
Mostly. It's weird, the little phrases that become iconic for a movie, because it's not always straightforward. I mean, out of all the sayings in that movie, why that one?
Oh, there's more. Game over, man. Game over. That's
Yeah.
a really famous one that came out of that. Good old Bill Paxton.
Yep. It's a little surprising that he didn't have more roles. I know there was some movies, but he never really got his big break, from what I recall.
He was. I mean, I think he did okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in like True Lies. No, True Lies. No, he wasn't in True Lies. He was in. I know he was in a lot of movies, but he was never like a lead, like a big.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I mean.
Yeah.
He never. I mean, compare him to Sigourney Weaver. But oh, there's the power.
There's the power dies.
Ah, yeah, because I never finished the line. But then again, can you compare Sigourney Weaver's career to many?
You know what's funny is she actually did not want to be in another Alien movie after 2, and
Yeah.
like when they were working on 3, which they basically tried and scrapped the script for 3 several times because they couldn't quite land on something, and they eventually asked her to come back, and her stipulation was there can't be any guns in it. For whatever reason. What was her purpose for that? Probably because she's left and doesn't like guns.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's why in the third one there are no guns. They use a lead caster. That whole movie, that whole production of number 3 was just cursed from the start. Like, absolutely cursed. Bound to fail. And yeah, it didn't really do very well.
Yeah, it sucked. I'm a fan of the series, but that one,
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
it should get memory hold.
Right. So I need more power. So I have 2 of these. I can do 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 5, 10, 15, 16 of those. A smattering of more pipe. And that's going to take 20 minutes to produce.
All right, my standard is going to be expanding smelting pretty much constantly, unless you give me another task.
Start prototyping build for steel.
Steel? Okay.
Steel is the next big thing.
You can just do it in place of this smelting stack here.
There, I just quintupled power. Quintupled. We had 2, now we have 10. Is that quintupled? I think it's quintupled. Quint?
I think. Yeah, I think it's 5. So
6 is sextuple, and then 7 is septuple, and 8 is octuple.
And then oct.
And
Shoot,
9 I think
remember
is
what
non.
9 is. Non? That makes sense. Dectupled?
And then 10 is destupled or dectupled.
Yeah. And of course, half your viewers went, "Oh,
Yeah.
nerds!"
They're such nerds, yeah. All right, I need to free up some inventory, so I'm going to put one of these down, and then we're going to reverse the burner. That brings the stone furnaces back out, so we can actually use them. So, I can drop those on Oz, and make use of those, and he can grind his own burner drills back down as he wants.
Yep, will do. Had you dropped some on me?
I dropped my stone furnaces.
Okay.
That I
Because I was actually just building some of those.
Well, the burner drills you just dropped in there, that will return you some stone furnaces too, so you want to grab those out.
Yep. And I'm guessing our preference is to never build a long-handed inserter? Or
we don't need them.
Do we have the ability?
Yeah, we don't need them. You can just use the smart inserters to do that. I left them in just because there might be 1 or 2 crafts that use them, so I wanted to not negate that. Okay, let's go tear this down. here a little ways. I want a couple of those. Those. So getting a mall up and running is usually a high priority. And I've built so many different malls, so many different times, with so many different designs. I've never like landed on a set. Nor have I ever blueprinted, because it seems like every time we do it, it's slightly different. Or we have a different mix of mods with a different mix of products. Like, it's just all over. But for the green circuits, this typically doesn't change until we start doing productivity for the layers. Once you're able to research a few of the productivities here, getting this up to like 100%, getting 2 researches done on this, or 10 researches to get it up to 100%, then you can basically do 1-to-1. And then if you really go crazy with the research, you can make it even more efficient. But right now we're just going to focus on doing it the old-fashioned way. See all of the things and the stuff that are involved. Okay, so we have here. Get a good baseline. Okay. Then we want input. Output. These are going to be here. There. Forgot my hotkeys. And then here. So pull on here. Push. There we go. Then we want iron right there. We're going to need copper here, somewhere there. Those. In. I love my loaders. Love them. So, one of the other things I do with the advanced, well, there's 2 different mods. There's infinite belt stacking and the advanced belts that I did. So the infinite belt stacking, as you can see on the right side here, the infinite belt stacking is a modifier on the loader, because I ensure I have code in the script. When you research another tier of that, all of the loaders in the game get updated. Otherwise, the loaders wouldn't be able to stack things. So I have some custom code in there to ensure that happens.
Okay, I have the steel prototype complete. If we want to start getting some ore into it. Should I just split it off from this merger up here? Priority merger? Or should I do branches earlier in the tree?
I
I don't think it matters at this point
mean, yeah, it doesn't
too
really
much.
matter, but
It would be easiest to branch it off up here and just use a few extra belt.
yeah, I would say branch it up there. Just keep it simple for now, and then we can go nutsy crazy later. All right, now that this
Can I go
is
nutsy crazy now?
well, I mean you could, but and then we want to do that and enable when. Oh, they changed the logos on this stuff. Very nice. Look at all these things. Wow. The everything and anything logos have changed.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Like,
'Cause I'd noticed that too.
got a bunch of characters in here. Well, that's cool. Still no mod or way. I should really post the idea on Reddit. I should really post the idea on Reddit. I need a way of outputting a signal of the science pack the science pack cost of the current research. Just output the signals of every type of science, and then not the number of them, not anything like that, but just the science packs. Just output what science packs, and you can just iterate. Like I know it's possible.
Yeah, it'd basically just be recipe cost, like you do for an assembler.
Right, but I don't care about the cost of them. I just care like what science packs are needed.
Yeah.
The cost can vary like wildly depending on what your productivity is and your sciences and all. Like all of that has a massive difference on what it actually costs. So that wouldn't be accurate at all, really, ever.
I just meant that it would be easy. I was agreeing with that part of your statement.
Yeah, you could just like whatever current like the Lua backend, it's definitely possible. I know that it is. I'm just not I'm not a big fan of Lua, and so it's just like, oh, Lua, annoying. I have so much stone on me. I don't know what to do with it, so I'm just gonna drop a thing here. It's filling up my inventory. All right, I'm gonna build a little. I immediately need stone.
I'm gonna do a shenanigan here with the steel. If you kind of see where I am right now, these inserters, I'm not going to swap their orientation. So here I'm gonna remove this because those are using an old blueprint. So I'm gonna copy and paste this. So if you look at them, they're all facing the same way, so that when you're placing them down, you can just do this. But it then reverses where it grabs from.
Right.
It makes a piece of my soul die every time I do this, though. So. And eventually, I'll swap it around for one of the future blueprints so that it doesn't pain me so. But since we're manually placing stuff, it's going to help a lot. Need to make a bunch of inserters.
The important part of this design is to ensure that the border miners are always running. The copper can back up, the iron can back up from the pure versions, but the border ones have to. They've got several thousand more to get through. The easiest way to do that is priorities. This. Unloader. Okay. you put these in backwards, or are you? Is this still not in?
Yep, it's set up, the steel.
The inside inserters are all going back.
Oh shoot, did I?
You place them in reverse. So you see the fork is on the bottom over here. The fork is on the top. The base.
Okay, I must not have copied the right thingamajiggy.
Yeah, you can just copy this. Just like, oh, what the hell was that? No, don't. Stupid hotkey. What did I do? I tried to paste, and this like foobarred. Run away. Okay.
I bet you I flipped the. Flipped
Not running
something.
because I don't have it researched yet. So let's go up and get the next tier of things and stuff ready to go. Now that we have green circuits, we have iron. Let's go over here. I do like crafts on one side and then science on the other. That's how I run my business. Belt. And then always, you know, if you like, oh, this is my bus, always like give yourself way more room than you think you need, and then make your. So come on up here. Gears. So this is a gear every half second. So this is 2 gears a second. Each one of these uses a gear every 5 seconds. So this is 1 gear a second, 2 gears a second.
I'm prototyping the brick setup, but we don't need to actually even use it yet. I can skip and do another iron beforehand. I don't know if you've noticed, but sometimes when you're chopping down trees, you hear something. I don't know. It almost sounds like a bird. It's just like. "Rawr."
Yeah, there's if you actually stand in a forest, there's actually sound effects.
Yeah, I seem to notice it more when I'm chopping though, not necessarily standing idle. I'm wondering if it's like the spotted owl dying in the tree or something like that.
Probably.
I think that would be good if they did a little graphic of a little spotted owl flying away from the tree after you chop it down and then it croaks. And I'm now probably blacklisted by many environmentalists.
Bringing civilization. We don't want nature. Wow. No. No. Do not. Sir. This thing. This can hold. Snack size 200. Sir, why? Go. Science starts small and humble and gets progressively crazier. And I'm sure we're gonna have to rebuild it many times.
AFK moment here.
Just like YOLO it back here. Well, let's assume. Well, let's go up here, back here. We're going to assume greens are going to come in. Early game, we share the belt. That will change in the late game, but we're a ways from that. Okay, now we're back here. Now we can place these. Okay. Then you prototype this, and then this. Never enough belt. We never have enough belt. Oh, shit. That's not good. That's not good at all. Where do they come from? Where in the world? How did they get all the way into here without hitting anything else? They had to have come. No, if they would have come from this direction, they would have hit power. They would have hit these miners. It must be down from here, maybe? Like, had to have been coming up from here. Crap. I was not expecting to get nailed by spiders. Right when I have to use the bathroom. Desperate. Get those radars going now. Cover where the biters are coming in from. That's not a good thing. We're already dealing with those. Miles. Okay, that's going to be miles away. Not worry about that yet. Those don't have power. Let's get some power. I have to. I'll be right back. All right. Now I can think straight again. Jesus. Okay. Okay, so this should be good. And then I want to leave a gap, I think, of 2. Or is it 2, 3? It might be 3. Or should I do just 4? Because that would allow this and then this. Right? And a beacon or something in between. This would be here. This. Am I out of belt again? I bet you I didn't. I bet you I didn't grab any belt when I ran down there because of the biter.
Oh, we had a biter attack?
We had a biter attack. Yeah.
Oof.
They attacked the. They attacked right there.
Okay.
I don't know where they came in from and how they got that, like how they got in there without hitting anything else. I'm assuming they came in from the bottom. That's like the only like, because if they came in from the east, they would have hit power. If they came in from the west, they would have hit smelting. If they came in from the north, they would have hit part of my factory. So, like, I'm assuming they came in from the south below the lake, just like beelined it right for that area. So, yeah, crazy.
In a moment, I'll go scout to see if I can see any bases down there.
I put a couple radars down to try to help with that process.
Yeah. If I remember right, the evolution factor is default for things like destruction, right?
Yes. Destruction and
Okay.
pollution are right around default. I might have tweaked them like 10%, but the time factor is way down.
Yeah. More, I'm just wanted to make sure before I eliminated any of them, because I remember some of our past games, you dialed up the evolution when you destroy a base to make things more interesting.
I
Which
tend
is
to
great.
do that. Yeah, I tend to do that because it offsets the time. Because time is usually I lower it. Okay, we want to do that. And that. Repair pack. Walls.
I remember one of our games, a few of us went out and did some biter destruction and almost borked ourselves because we were getting, I don't think it was behemoths, but we were getting big biters pretty early on. And
yeah, you gotta watch it. You don't have a defensive setup, like a really robust setup. It can be spicy. Okay, this is up and running.
Oh, probably a weird question, but nuke bots, do you have them explode?
No.
Is that in the settings? No. Okay. I may, in my wall setup when we finally get to that point. Try landmines for the funsies.
Yeah, I've seen a few people use landmines to great effect, because what it looks like if a landmine is under coverage, Roboport coverage, and it explodes, it automatically requests a replacement.
Yep.
So that would be nice. All right, so back here, I want to create a little system for smelting.
Well, if you've been paying attention to where I am on the map, they're not to the south, and I'm not seeing them to the east.
It has to be north then? It
I
could,
guessed, yeah.
but how did they get? If they came in
Yeah,
from the
they,
north, they missed the science setup. They missed the lab setup. They went straight in from the top. They missed like all of that stuff, which is crazy.
yeah.
Um,
They do go after the thing that actually created the pollution. Which, wow, that's got to be some crazy numbers floating around.
well,
If they keep track of the source of the pollution
no,
cloud.
they go after not necessarily the source, but they go after a. Ooh, yep, there you found it.
Yep. That's how I've heard it explained. I don't remember the triple F that it came from, but... Okay, I will gear up and take these guys out. Because they will... I mean, at the very least, they're right in the way of the boss. Okay, I'm past the point of needing coal on me, so I'm going to drop that off in these smelting stacks.
All right, I'm setting up a wood deposit or a wood drop off burnable thingy McDougal.
Excellent.
I did not intend for these. Stop. No.
Oh, looks like this stuff's all depleted, so I'll pick that all up. Do you want me to drop some bricks on you, or put a chest down for them? Since I uprooted that.
Right now I don't need any bricks, but
Okay.
we are eventually going to need them. But steel is just about to kick on, so that will. Oof, that's gonna contribute. That whole system now just kicked on down here. Yikes.
Yeah.
All at once, the system kicked on.
We can recycle our pistols. Good to know. We might want to have a Shame pistol box, but the first one, it's not really from Shame. So I removed that one. And for anybody watching saying, what? We dubbed pistols the Pistol of Shame.
Yeah, because you get a free one every time you die. So.
Yep.
Okay. Now that we have red science up, green science has been researched.
I'd like to get both red and green up and running. That way we can get red belt research right away, and then that we can design the mall a little bit better, because it unlocks the second tier of things and stuff, which is very helpful. And that. So our first science was like 6 per minute, and now we're, depending on if it's a 30-second or now it's 10-second. 11 per minute or 25. What peaked out? I don't know. But yeah, I'm not pushing this. Okay, so green science is going to be
Do you care to participate in the destruction of the biters?
no, but I'll watch.
Okay. I just had a thought. I'm going to switch to a shotgun rather than the submachine gun. So it'll take me a sec longer to get set up, but I think it'll be worth it. Oh, nope. Run away! Oh. We're gonna get our first pistol of shame here, and yep, shoot, they're on their way.
Just place those. Eat those.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of chat interaction going on.
Yeah. We have a few viewers though, at least. Hello everybody.
Yeah. I don't know how many are on the Rumble side. I have limited monitor real estate, so I can't monitor. I do have both chats in my OBS monitor, but I don't have all the things.
If you wanted, I could switch mine to the Rumble side so I can watch chat there.
Well, I'm watching chat. I'm watching both chats. I have both chats
Okay.
in my OBS. I just can't see how many Okay.
7.
Sweet.
Although I think Rumble doesn't do the same kind of, I don't know what you call it, but the same math when it comes to viewer count.
Well, concurrent viewers is I'm monitoring it on YouTube. It's just a number. It's just
Yeah.
I can't. One of my monitors died, so I can't monitor. That. I can't monitor.
What I meant is I think there's actually like bots or something that watch videos, and I think YouTube tries to filter them out, whereas Rumble hasn't had enough time to integrate such things. Not used to how far away they latch onto things.
Come on, place it the right way. There you go.
Okay, I'm about ready to bring religion to the biters, if you wanna.
Teach them a thing or two.
Yes.
Creep.
Creepy turrets.
Oh, you were so.
There goes one. Oh. That was 100% because of the latency. Every time I fire, my character would jump backward.
That was.
Well, true, but it made me go to the southwest when I was firing to the northwest, so that'd be some weird kickback. Because yeah, in a single-player game, I can dodge and weave, and those worms are no problem.
Oh, it doesn't help when you walk over the spit.
Yeah.
Hey. Ah.
Looks like they're latched onto me, so I'm just gonna dodge. You take down what you
God.
can.
Damn it, those things are accurate.
Yeah.
Just about killed me.
Ow.
God damn. Even when I'm like wiggle back and forth, when I'm like trying to shoot, I'm wiggling back and forth. They're still like really accurate.
Yeah.
I need to like restore some of my health. Do you have any more turrets?
Nope, that was my only 8. I can pocket craft 4 more.
Well,
Steal some ammo.
we need something to distract them. They'll just immediately kill a turret. I really don't want to.
Well, one thing I could do is place it and then pick it up before they have a chance to spit at it much. Are you ready? Okay.
Hotbar. Trying to craft a little bit of ammo. So I have actually something to put in the thing. Okay, here we go.
Ready then?
Yep.
Okay. They all surprisingly survived.
Whew. That was a battle.
Yeah. Oh man, look at the one to the west.
I don't want to think about it.
Fair enough. If you don't see them, they don't exist, right?
Right. Okay. I am going to need.
I do have an ammo chest right here next to the belts. It's like we need to expand our mining operation here.
Why is steel only on one side of the belt? Is there something?
I think it's getting consumed. Oh nope, there is something wrong with the blueprint. All right, I'm gonna tweak that and fix it. Pretty much redo it. The intersection anyway. Or actually, I suppose I don't necessarily need to route them all.
Oof. This must be a 30 second. Okay.
Okay, that should be better. I also have to make sure to paste this on the whatchamacallit, the stone smelting or brick smelting. Did you take the recycler? There it is.
Yep. That bumps up. I doubt we're actually P. There we go. So we're producing 60 per minute pretty consistently. And if we go, we're only using 14 a minute? No, we're using more than that. 15, yeah, this is going to slowly build up. And we have 10, and this is a 30-second craft. So that's probably 20 a minute, give or take. 10, 30 seconds, 20 minutes, 30 seconds. But help get research actually done in time. I need that. Get that fast inserter sooner rather than later. So this is a 15-second craft, so 10 of those is 15, 30, 60. So that's 60. Oh, that's 60. Which is what we're actually producing. But there are not very many researches that are that fast. 15 seconds. Like most of them are 30 seconds. Some of them are, but most of them at least in the mid to late. Early game, yeah, they're faster, but whatever. All right. Now we can build blues. It should be. I mean, it should be enough. But if we have to add another bank, I sort of built this to be able to. But I want to do a mall because the mall will help us with, what we actually need. Recovery. That is a recipe that I add, sulfur recovery. It's a recipe that you can take sulfuric acid, like sulfuric acid and something. I forget what it is. There it is. Sulfur recovery. Carbon, sulfuric acid, and fluoroketone gives you sulfur. It's just a thing that I did. So how did I do them all differently every time, but I've been tending towards a similar style, and I usually always build it too big or too small or too compact. So this one was going to be. Well, I don't have it unlocked. So one of these, instead of having one crafter share its belt with everything, I try to make it a little bit more efficient. And then this one is going to be the underground. This one is going to be the splitter. Splitter I put on the outside because I need to bring in circuit. And then we need to think about the loader, which also needs belt. So we need another one of these. 3 here, this, and then the loader. So this needs circuits, and this needs circuits. And these just need iron gears. There's the gears. It's like your iron just vanishes when you kick this thing on. And I should make these things blink again because it's hard to see, unfortunately. I wish if you enabled I wish if you made it so it didn't blink, that this icon was like smaller up in the corner, just steady. That way you could actually see what the recipe is. It's a minor thing. It's an absolutely minor thing, but it would be. And then the next bank is going to be out here. Circuits. So basically what OS does is concentrate on expanding smelting, just kind of constant.
Yeah, the early game, that helps immensely.
Yeah, because we're already tapping our iron out. It doesn't take much. Like green science really taps it out. And this is not even running full blast, unfortunately. Okay, so over here, did we? I'm still waiting on that research. The reason we have a gap here is because the gear requirements for this tier is going to be much. So the gear for the first belt is just, this is a trickle. But this, right, needs iron. And then this is going to need a huge amount of so that's 200 science. That's going to cost us. Okay. Let's get a little bit of the blueprint here. So this here is just a tiny little blueprint. Then I do fire. I say enable. Everything is less than 250. Right? So what that does is it minimizes the amount that's in there. So now here, that should keep that, and then you can customize it later. But I'm gonna just do a quick blueprint of this. Now I could, like, yeah, I could make it fancy and do a parameterized version, but I don't
Don't
really.
need the headache right now.
Yeah. Well, I just don't need to do it for this.
Yeah.
I mean, I could parameterize it so it's like it prompts you, like, what stack size do you want to look at? What's your limit? That I could parameterize, but then every time you place it, it's going to ask you that, and it's like, no, I just want to drop it. So this is going to be a buffered chest. And let's create, and then we're going to drop it down here. another one of these. Here. There. Same thing. Right. There. And that can be... I don't really need a blueprint of this, because it's basically the only place it's going to be used. Or if I need it, I can just copy it. Right? So and then we'll do the inserters up here. This gap right here I use for gear production. So as the bus sort of ramps up, I ramp up the amount of gears I'm actually. So what I can do here. This needs iron. This needs iron. So I need iron plate in here. I need iron plate in here. All the iron, just so much iron.
Speaking of, I am working on the next iron smelting stack, but we're going to have an issue with iron ore.
Yeah, we have a crap pile to the east. I could hew. Where?
It will help quite a bit once we get logistics too, because then we can make better use of the ores that we've got right now. Oh, Discord has somebody in general chat commenting. I'm gonna check that out.
That's that. Then we take this. We say there. For those. I want those there. already buffered. The other one can go in when blue's unlocked, but okay, this is actually in need of greens in here. This also needs greens. Which what we can do is, well, we don't even need to just do this. That. Neither of these need gears. That doesn't need gears. That doesn't need gears. Okay. Interesting. Okay. That makes things a little bit simpler. We can bring circuits. This is where gears go to die here. This needs circuits. So we that. Share the belt eventually with reds, and that will extend the lifespan of this a little bit. I know when blues come in, they're going to need lube. They need lube. Okay, so circuits are down here. I do love running out of stuff when I get them all, when I start them all, because I'm literally making them all.
Yeah.
Do not have to.
It's always fun.
It's like, oh man, I'm out of this. Oh man, I'm out of this. Oh man, I'm out of this. It's like, yeah, it's because I'm making them all. I need them all to make making them all even easier. But you got to make them all first. All right, so that's the circuits inserted there. We have no circuits there. We have no circuits there. It's just a unholy amount of iron is what's used in here. Just in time for the next tier of things. I don't want to go too crazy on the iron because it's going to evaporate. Rather. Wait. Thought this was my boss. No, this should be belts, but no, this is. Getting this first line of iron to red belt is step one. Filling up a red belt of iron. This setup will easily tear apart a red belt. Very, very easily. Okay, then we want to limit instead of 500 or 50, we want 500 for the belt. Everything else is good. This can be limited to 50. This can be limited to 50. Everything else is good at 50. I don't want to get too crazy.
Aw.
A little crazy, but not too. Yeah, that is going to evaporate iron. Distance on these 70. Our pollution cloud groweth.
Excellent.
The sign of industry.
Oof. Yeah, that cloud is gonna hit those biters relatively soon, because there's no trees in that vicinity. So it's just expanding over open terrain right now.
40 per second now. Look at that. 40 per minute. Now we're sitting at 20. As we clear out a lot of these shorter researches, it will be more even. Unlock diagonals. More distance. Advanced material processing. Fluid handling. Oil gathering. All the things. These are still not. Or this last one. A little bit of yellow or belt. Just a wee bit. You can actually beat the game with just yellow. Like, it can be done.
Just a little frustrating.
It's just it's slow as hell. The priority is green circuit productivity and gear productivity. Once I'm able to start going into the gear productivity research, like it becomes much more viable. Slowly making some progress here.
Okay, and I've been able to eke out a little bit extra on the iron ore coming in.
Okay. Eking,
So, yeah, we
eking is
should.
good.
Yeah. We should have 2 partial belts. It's probably more like a belt and a half. Yellow belt.
Yeah, compared to what this becomes in the late game, it's funny in the late game. Like there are machines in my test world that can spit out like 4,000 iron plate like per minute, like it's just insane the level of production. Um, okay, we don't need this anymore.
I'm gonna go take on the biters. Shoot, I forgot to grab the wall. Built a little craft down on the brick setup, but forgot to actually grab any. You know, I think my initial plan was to wipe it out, but I think I'm just gonna do a loose wall around the biters to take out any that are heading towards us. Because we don't actually need to expand up there for quite a while. It will be cranking up their evolution factor from pollution, but I think I think it's a better route to just take them out as they come.
we're starting to see a little bit of benefit here. Although I turned off red belt. Get this squared away. Do a Okay, I guess I don't need it. Instead of 500, let's limit these to 200. Right now the server we have set where it turns itself on. It stops simulating if everybody logs out. And it's wise to do that in the early game because biter expansion could easily just wipe if you don't have a really robust defense system and like bots to defend your base. Like we've had times in the past where we literally I log into the server and our entire base is gone. It's just wiped out and there's biter bases. And it's rough. It's really
Yep, there's a delay before the stream starts because we have to roll it back.
yeah.
Although I think there are times where we've had pretty massive damage, but we're like, yeah, I think we can work through that.
I mean, certainly, yeah. There's can. It's just you don't get a lot of progression in the stream because
Yep.
first block of time is spent repairing and beating the biters back. But there is a level of satisfaction for taking care of the biters. Okay, so one of the things I started doing with my malt is once you have the logistics, right? You have belts, underground, splitters, like basic logistics. Here, the next bank, you can basically run certain things on the. If you have like 3 belts, where you have like iron, gears, and circuits, that is a huge amount of things that you can automate with that. Right? You can do mining drills, assemblers with a little bit of steel. Sprinkle some steel in there. So what I do is I usually and then inserters. Obviously, you can do inserters, and you can mix in a little bit of copper. Like you can cover quite a lot of bases with one long line of a mall, and it's just like one thing after another with a very, very similar ingredient. And I'm kind of waiting here to get into oil. We're gonna need bricks. We've already got steel, not a lot, but we have a little bit. I wanted to get red belts running again because we're gonna need to bring in this iron. It looks like there's spiders right above the iron there. But yeah, we're gonna need bricks. Looks like he's got a start of a brick setup.
Yep, all we need to do is plumb in the stone and then run the line. Okay, yep, that's too close.
So this stopped. This is gonna stop soon. This one's gonna stop soon. Yeah, the undergrounds. This is where most of your gears go. Like 40 gears per set is atrocious. Like
It's crazy.
it's so fucking expensive. It's so expensive on the gears, which is why I like to get the gear like as soon as possible. Getting the gear researched. I don't know why this is maxed at 30. I just don't know why. I don't know if there's a bug in the script. This will shut down. This will all back up. This is already maxed out. So let's go up here. First thing I always do is insert. Give yourself ample amounts of space. So you have yellow. Then you have blue. And then you'll have somewhere in here. These are new. I haven't played with these at all. These are the preservation inserters. These are from the refrigerator mod. It basically, if it has something in its hand, it still preserves it. So pretty nice. I haven't played with it at all. I don't have any blueprints with any of those things yet, so I don't know anything about that balance. Back. No, bulk insert. That's what I'm looking for. Bulk is yes, requires blue. Right. So this one will be bulk. And then we have there, there. So we need gears and iron and God only knows what bulk. Inserters take gears. Yes. So gears we're gonna want like there. This one doesn't want gears. So we want iron. This will be iron as well. This will be gears. And we're gonna want give ourselves some space. This will be those. This will be those. That will be the last or the third tier, which we'll worry about that later. So that's gears. These are also gears. Remember, these do not need to craft all that fast. I think gears. I think we'll bring in here. So this requires iron. This requires steel. This, at the very least, needs to be iron. Trying to remember my hotkeys. Alt V and D. Alt V, Alt D. Gives it a long end. Okay. That. Power. Moving on to the big power poles. Oh, it's so nice. These will be automated up here. Hopefully the last inserters I ever have to manually craft. And circuits, which we'll bring in this side. upgrade bus. Take what we have and put it in here. Upgrade. Saving us some resources. Want to limit these to because we want to grab as many as possible. All right, now these are these are the bulk. They require blues or greens and reds. So from here, we want to ensure that we have reds going forward. Doing that. Skip. This needs steel. That in a second. Ooh, green circuits ran out. Steel. A little rough. I mean, we're not done. We're not done with the iron by a long shot. Squeak that in there. We could technically not do that. Just do this. I'll keep it in line. Minimize shenanigans.
Oh, we're minimizing shenanigans?
We're trying.
Damn.
I mean, iron.
I have a few things to fix.
Iron is just it's so crazy how fast that just disappears.
Yeah.
All right. Let's limit these. We don't need huge amounts. That will help back stuff all of this. And reduce the draw of all the other resources. Research tends to eventually want to save on resources, stop researching for a while, let it back up, and then those resources can be used to build the next stage of the factory. Because I obviously need green circuits, because this is pathetically bad.
Got a belt for stone brought near the beginning of the bus.
Stone will go on the right side of steel. And on the right
Okay.
side of that will be coal. You're gonna have green circuits, steel, stone, and then jump. And coal.
We have a coal deficiency at the moment, but don't worry, I'm on it.
circuits. Like a single machine will saturate the top tier belt with stacked circuits. Productivity levels in the late game get really fun to see. Like it's amusing to watch the crazy shenanigans. Shift right click to destroy that.
Uh, which line do you want to brick in?
Brick can go next to coal.
Coal. Okay, so looking at the beginning of the bus here, there's those two red belts. I assume the left one is stone and the right one is coal.
Yeah,
So
stone,
then
coal.
brick would be
Yeah,
there.
brick would be.
Okay.
I'll break. All right. Why is my kilobytes dropping? Yeah, I think my system is just it's just too shitty. To simulcast stream to two different places. It's just my bit rate
That's odd because I mean I think your system's a little better than mine, and I don't know. Mine runs pretty well.
Well, it runs well, but it's running the game. It's streaming to YouTube, and it's streaming to Rumble. But my video card is getting tapped 3 different ways: the game and 2 different streams. So it's like it's a hefty amount, and I could get another machine and get a capture card and just capture the signal going to my main monitor and just stream, like capture that way. But I mean, right now is probably not a wise thing to buy hardware. But it's just I don't know why sometimes it's fine, right? It's my system even rebooted last night on its own, thanks Windows, and usually when it does that and I stream, I have no problem. But today, no, I've dropped 64.5%. So, like, the YouTube side is just utter garbage. And so I apologize for that. And if you're having problems on that side, there's a link in the description to the Rumble side, and try that out, because for some reason YouTube is, I don't know what they're doing. Right about September it started happening, and I've heard whispers. I've seen other creators talk about that, not explicitly like exactly my problem, but having problems. So it's like, is it happening to other people, or is it just like just me? I can't tell. But I do know that if you follow that link, you can go to the Rumble side, and I've never heard anybody complaining about the Rumble side being off. So, um, let me do a chest with this because I've got a ton of gold. And I put a bunch of wood that I cut back here. Put it all
I'm
back.
gonna reroute this a little bit. There. Because this one's the mixed coal and stone.
Yeah, these weren't up here when I did this. These are new.
Yep. Take the mall's kind of backing up because the iron bus or the iron belts have kind of paused.
Yeah, I'm allowing it to sort of back stuff a little bit because we were our pollution cloud is getting a little much. We're about to tickle the one to the north, which is not good. So yeah, letting the base sort of calm itself for a little bit while we sort of prototype the next phase is going to be important. Research is still going, but we're not really consuming all that much. We're consuming 20 a minute, and I think each of these setups these can produce 60 a minute. So as long as we're not really pushing research hard, we'll be able to eke out a little bit. So I can do military 2. That is a dramatically cheap recipe. Military science. I mean, we're definitely going to need it. Do we need it before blue? Are we going to need military science before we do oil? We have the oil deposits.
Oh, boy.
We could do a little, well,
I think it would be a good idea because we're gonna be having some battles with the biters.
yeah. Like, I want to the oil to the east is a tiny little bit. You know, it would be enough to sort of trickle in some resources. But it's on the opposite side of the other oil, which is even more bigger, which was that would be more like what we would need to tap because there's a big stone there, but I suspect that there is a healthy amount of biter bases further to the west of that. We're gonna need to go east to that iron as well. Oh, there's just having biters all around us is a little little taxing. All right. There's other things on the bus that, or the mall that we can automate. That's a pretty cheap one as well. As is, well, it's not cheap, but it's okay. Knock these out. Yeah, the tungsten ammo that's from the ammo casting mod. I don't think we're going to be using that. Because there's no way to make it in space. That's the whole reason I added that. Okay, so if we plan on doing military science, we are going to need a... This is going to be kind of insane. A metric ton of resources. Iron, copper, steel, coal, and bricks is basically military science.
And we do have all of those prepped and ready to go.
Yeah, we do. Get it prototyped. Okay. So, military science. Give ourselves a lot of space. Let's see. What is the recipe? Do every 10 seconds. So if we do 5 crafters, that's 1 a second. Okay. And we are going to need 1 grenade every 10 seconds. What is the grenade craft time? I think is 8 seconds. Yeah. Ideally, we would just feed grenades in directly. I think that might be a better way to do it. The grenades will craft slightly faster, but with this scale, I don't think it matters. So if we do grenades here, the last thing we're going to need is the walls and piercing rounds. Piercing rounds, actually, I think you can get away with just doing 1 crafter for those. I need belt, which is going to kickstart the whole system. So let's go 1, 2, 3.
Alright, I got AFK for a little while here.
Click the right thing. So the walls create. I thought walls created 2 at a time. I thought for sure this was 2 at a time. Aren't walls 2 at a time? Out, out, out. There. Wanted these to be. Yeah. I could have sworn walls were. It actually made 2 at a time. But maybe not. This is iron. Copper and steel. Don't really like copper and steel, or I don't. Copper is used 5 times more than steel. I tend to like to have a dedicated copper belt, but don't know if we need it. And then up here, iron goes on the outside, coal goes on the inside. Here are your bricks. Let's go restock. Oh. else. Yeah, I could have sworn bricks were two at a, or walls were two at a time. Did they like? Could have sworn it was. So each one of these is 1.5 per second. So we're doing 3 per second. Oh yeah, these are 1.5 or 0.15. So one of these is actually 10 of these. Massive. And look who decides to join. Yeah. Sleeping on the bed all day. I open the curtain. Blind. Powered cat. Now we need more iron plates and coal. Let's continue. Great. Sneeze machine. Ow. Okay. Get up here. Run those. Coal. Coal supplies. I don't really think we need coal anywhere else. Yeah, I know it's used in oil. I don't think it's used for any other anything else. It's just
I am back.
right. So endeth our coal.
Oh yeah. Time to get a tree farm set up.
Can't do that quite yet, but
Yeah.
um,
I gotta upgrade my power poles.
Yeah. Just trying to get some of the basics done so I can finish off the mole. But we do have steel furnaces unlocked.
Yep, I was actually just getting on top of that.
Okay. All right. Now. Bricks. I can do some of these. Well, these are pipes. Do power. Those require. It's better to do those when you do all of these because these require copper wire as well. So I like to do those all in one block.
I'm not used to seeing only 3 machines allocated for inserters. Because I'm like, what about filters? Oh, yeah, that's right. How about long? Oh, nope, that's right.
And then stacks are crafted on Gleba, so
Yep.
we want these. These. These.
I'm holding off on mass upgrading everything to red belt.
Yeah, we're
Because
not.
that
We're
will,
not even close to that yet. So
yeah.
we're still a ways from being able to do that. Steel, gears, circuits, pipe. Gears, pipe. Gears, plate. Circuits. Okay. Get those run. Those. Limit this 20. These 10. Also keep it 50. We tend to go through a lot of mining drills. These are good. These need steel. Mining drills automated. Pumps automated. Offshore pumps automated.
Automate all the things.
Pollution cloud is just insane. No idea what this is. Oh, it's a shield for. Whoop. So what? Guess it's an earlier game shield. I mean, why would you need?
Yeah, I think I noticed that when we were getting things set up. Oh yeah, the reinforced armor plate. There it is.
What is? I don't think the mod. I don't think this mod had that when I first was testing. I don't remember that being in there. I don't know why you would use that and forego the shield. Both consume. They do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, Oh,
All four positive. There's a whole seat. My two legs.
weird.
I must stand on you.
Okay, so one thing it has going for it. Oh no, never mind. I was gonna say it doesn't consume electricity, but no, it was just in a different spot. Wasn't where I was looking for it. Okay, that's the big difference. It has a higher hit point rating, but a lower recharge speed. So it's for burst damage. Oh, these poor trees. I left a few trees between smelting stacks. All right, one more batch of smelters, and then they're all steel.
storage tank is crazy. You can send 50 at a time up to space.
Yeah.
But you can only send
And-
20 offshore pumps. Like, look at these ingredients. 3 pipe, 2 gear versus 20 iron plate, 5 steel. Like, that's a huge difference. Like, what would contribute to the weight of the item?
Earlier, you were questioning why the productivity researches have a cap of 30.
Yes.
It's because nothing can exceed 300% productivity.
We we have a mod that changes that.
That changes that? Okay.
I explained that early on. We have a mod that
Okay, I
changes
must
that.
have. Sometimes my hearing of what you're saying is intermittent. Okay, I think I'm gonna work on concrete.
Okay.
I'll do that probably right where I'm standing. Does that seem like a good idea?
Yeah, just make sure you back away from the belts quite a ways.
Yeah,
Don't build it right next to all those belts.
I'll probably do it closer to coal. Means it's gonna have to stretch some of those belts a little, but that's all right. Concrete is one of those recent sources we often get surprised by. It's like, oh no, we suddenly need concrete.
Ooh. These we don't need to be 50.
Is this getting a little too close to the bus? I can either condense it or move it down a little.
And as long as it doesn't go any higher, it should be fine.
Okay, yeah, this is max limit.
Oh!
The realness struggles.
Yeah, the oil stuff. Need to go. Let's see. Problem is, if I do the oil over here, there's coal. The nearest coal is way way the hell down there. There's a ton of it, though. We have to kind of be janky a little bit in the early game, but
I assume we want a shared belt for concrete and reinforced.
no.
No?
I don't-
Okay.
Well, I don't know. Like, might be able to get away with that.
I'll just have the outputs and we can decide later.
All right, power poles automated, gun turrets automated, all the signal gubbins are automated, even lights are automated. And I've got
Very
the
nice.
rest of that for oil stuff. course, I ran out of belt just before I got that done. Oh, why is there... Why is there... There was wood in the coal line. Why
Sorry,
was...
that was my fault,
Oh.
obviously. Yeah, sorry, I was I was still in the area, so I was likely gonna catch it, but still, oops. Oh, I can even upgrade those Ferni to steel.
And this is where that pump mod really shines. Go down here. We have all of these. Oink. Now, if we had bots, the bots would automatically place all of this stuff. But we don't have it. But it's nice. My underground pipes go a little bit further than the vanilla one. Optimize it even more. Validate all my pipes are set up first. Good. This way. A little bit. Processing kicked. Yeah, you might think, oh, look at you got plenty of copper. Yeah, we don't have plenty of copper. Trust me. The craft will come when copper just vanishes.
Yup. It's right about the time you get start getting into modules.
Well,
Modules just
yeah,
make them evaporate.
red circuits is the first step towards destroying copper. But the thing that really destroys copper, low density structure, like obliterate
Oh yeah.
copper. Um. So, oh, what is this on? We have a little steel on the coal belt. That's weird. How did that get there?
Oh, strange. Wonder. Oh, probably when I was doing this, it must have flubbed, or I must have flubbed. Whatever.
Flubs were happening.
Yup.
What are you working on at the moment?
Making some tweaks to this concrete setup. But if you need me to do something else, just let me know.
Yeah, as soon as you're done with that, double up power.
All right.
Por favor.
Poor favor.
Por favor.
railroad, I know. Was there... Oh, yeah, you're building the mall. There we go. Power has been doubled.
Except it doesn't have any water. I mean, other than that, for sure.
Yeah, details. Thank you. Man, I don't know why, but my eyes never want to see the offshore pump when I'm looking in the craft menu.
Oh yeah. I miss it all the time too. It's like it expects to see a different icon, even though I've got like 2,000 hours in this game. Like,
Yeah,
you'd think I'd be used to it by now, but
maybe eventually. I'm gonna go check on the turrets in the northwest. Make sure they're all stocked up.
alrighty, good idea. And see if you can wiggle in a radar up there, because we're gonna need to tap a copper here. I need to.
Tap that copper.
We either need to go like south east for the copper, or we need to tap that one there. I need to hit south of the oil for the coal, because we're gonna need coal for plastic. So there's the base down there that we're gonna have to take out. Yeah, there's a lot we need to get done. And then there's the base to the north that is very close to getting tickled with pollution, which would not be good.
That'll be my next task. I'll get another defensive setup, kind of like what I've got over here on the west end.
All right. I've got some buffers of ammo, wall, and grenades over by military science setup.
Excellent.
Now, I'll grab more pipe because I never ever have enough pipe. Let's just ensure I do. And I've already got drills. So the underground belt I set to store 60. So you can grab half and it's still an even number. If I just have it to 50, when you grab half you have 25 and now you have an odd number of undergrounds and it ruins your day. So yeah. Little things like that you learn over time. Got lots of inserters. I don't want to run this gauntlet much more. Like, we have the teleporter mod, right? So it unlocks that blue science, which is really nice. But my version, so one of the things about my version that I added, I don't think Clonin added to his when he updated his, because it is.